Hello, everybody. The usual suspects are here. Vol, Asamiya, Tanya, Cello. I'm sure there are the usual lurkers, too. Let's get tuned. I've heard this little Twitch soundtrack thing, the thing that we hear here, and every time I hear that, it's two notes, but I think Zelda's Lullaby. Because it's the actual two notes. It's just B and D. I'm not sure how, but somehow, probably because it's the exact B and D. Hello, Koala. How are you doing? There it is again. It just needs to be this. Actually, let me do something really quickly. This is the final part of the nails. Also, I'm curious about the question of the day. It's moved away from Twitch specifically, and it's basically just what is something or some things that you've just spent the most amount of time on in your life, like the things that have been thousands of hours, essentially. Whether it's professional or just personal, whatever. Actually, even that just went. Music's definitely one for me, too. Music, skateboarding, video games. Those are probably the big three for me. Also, I still have tea. Izzy, how are you doing? What's up? Nice to see you. Should I do something in A flat, which is a pain in the butt on the guitar? So that was something I just made up based on the general Zelda's Lullaby motive. Thanks, Tanya. What if we do some simple reading? dance emote. That's right. Actually, I never even thought about that. Capt Copter, it is nice to see you again. Welcome back to the stream. Brian, what is up? How's it going? Thanks for the claps. That was another improvisation based on, well, it feels like it was pretty different from the last one I did. There's something about this piece, maybe because it's so simple, which we talked about this a few weeks ago. It's like the simpler the material it is that you're like using as a basis for constructing something new, the better it is. And the more complicated it is, it's like, well, if you change it, it's hard to retain the original thing. Because what makes it what it is so complicated that you like lose the sense of the shape. Which is maybe why this, another one of the theme and variations that we do is like, you can do all sorts of stuff and have that sort of be underneath it. Maybe one of the ways to visualize it, because this is kind of what's happening in my brain, is like, if you were to have a really complex visual structure in front of you and you want to add to it and you put something over it, it's like the more points, this isn't exactly how it goes, but it's like kind of like this, like the more points that are like intercept that original image, the more it's going to kind of resemble it. So if you have just like a circle or something and you can do all this stuff, and as long as like the general circle is like underneath what you're doing, I feel like you'll retain, well, the representation of a circle in the person's mind who's looking at it. If you have like all this different stuff going around, it's like, how are you supposed to build on that without it just becoming a cluttered, crazy mess? At which point it's like, the thing is too detailed in the first place to be able to retain that representation in your mind, because the representation wasn't simple enough in the first place. I don't know if that made sense, but it makes sense to me. Yo, Swirly Beard, how are you doing? Thank you for the 15-month resub with Prime Gaming. Hello, Quants. Is this really this person's original tune? I feel like I've heard this before. Isaiah Savio? Is this really theirs, or did they just... Oh, I guess it says it's from... Okay, it's a Brazilian folk tune. All right, I see. Okay, it's just them using a Brazilian folk tune. And there was a little note at the bottom. I was like, I'm pretty sure I've heard this before. This... Sustureme. Right, is that Latin? So that's something, again, that's so simple that it would be good as a basis for building upon. Also, I realized I never said hey to Hungin. JC, maybe is what that is. JC Overwatch. What's up? Welcome to the stream. And hey, Diz. Hey, Diz. Hey. Canción del Limpiabotas. Thanks, JC. Oh, and we've definitely done this one before in a few different ways. This is what if a day, a month, or a year. Clearly the inspiration for the Friends theme song. Sorry. Because half past midnight? Okay, gotcha. Probably in Europe then, I guess, but... Is this... Amaris? Maybe? But welcome in. Some extra stuff because why not? For whatever reason, I get enjoyment from it. Hey, Bordercheck, what's up? 7 hour in a sweaty Rust PvP server? Nice. Dude, I'm finally getting the first taste of really that sort of thing ever in gaming for me, because it was just put out 2 nights ago, but essentially yesterday. I've mentioned before on stream playing Super Smash Bros. Melee, and that a couple years ago, almost single-handedly, someone created an online way to play this game. The functionality is amazing, and they just finally, because it took a lot of work, so it's not like finally, but they finally have a ranked system, and it is the sweatiest Melee I've ever seen people play. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. I swear people are taking it more serious than tournaments. It's so ridiculous. So some of this reminded me of Carcassi, which we can play a few tunes of his again. An Italian classical guitarist, like from the classical era. Colorado, hello, welcome in. From Belgium. Brian, is there something that's made you, you think has maybe helped you start to appreciate the classical repertoire? I know this stream doesn't do the best job of it because I never play any major works, major classical works, actually, except for this. But even that is not actually very developed. So the theme and variations is like, of course, it's a development of something, but it's not a long scale development. It's like a bunch of short little snippets of something. But also, a little thing I notice here. This is kind of like an interesting secondary dominant chord that it was something similar to what we talked about yesterday. Yeah, what's up, Captain? Exciting and complex stuff. Okay, that makes sense. It's very, they were, the reason it's like sort of thought of as classical or something like is they were philosophically looking back to like classical Greek and Roman sort of aesthetics and ideals, the ideas of form and symmetry, balance, all this sorts of stuff, and it's why structure is so hugely based on structure, and not that other types of music aren't, but like this is like, I mean, it is just it is just like the core focus. Yeah, perhaps it's, yeah. It's interesting when you see these child prodigy people, and they write stuff. It tends to sound classical, and perhaps it's something about that, being drawn to that type of like the idea of structure. But Soares Fantasia number 13. Man, which one is that? I'd have to listen to. Yeah, Soar has a bunch of stuff. There's like his grand solo was always one I wanted to learn. It has stuff that's we've heard that's like very Soar, but other stuff that other little things we don't get to hear that's very classical, and like we don't hear in the smaller pieces, but. Arsendilla has a good performance of. Okay, I may have. I feel like I must have heard it. Hey, how's it going, Shell? One of the things you can see here, maybe it's easier to do the keyboard with a visualization. If we look at it like this, there's something, I don't want to say logical, but kind of. Maybe you'll see what I mean. Okay, so if we go like this, you can have little, you can kind of bracket things off into little smaller and smaller groups. Hey Emma, what is up? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Let me hold off in a second. Maybe I'll do this in a second. Let me play something instead of rambling about structure in the classical era. How was the stream? Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're having a nice stream. Thanks. Yeah, we haven't been going for too long, but it's been good so far. Pretty chill. What if we do this? Also. Okay, so now it's working just pressing it once. Weird. eyelash on my tongue the whole time. Dorvik, welcome in. Thanks for the claps. Thank you as well, Gigi, and for the follow too. Fedips, maybe Raspberry Jamming, Gigi, Tinkerdev, Immortal, Absol, Dorvik, and Emma. Again for the raid. I do appreciate you bringing everyone over. Also, Psycho Porkchop, you should. I feel like that was like I should put that quote in some bio for me or something. Also, I don't understand what is going. Why do I have to press this twice? And why is it not working now? I'm so confused about the hotkey for the. I'm so confused. What? What? It must be something specific with the pedal, but the pedal's not having issue with the other stuff I use it for. I don't have to press it multiple times. This is so. I just don't understand. I don't understand. Also, I'm glad you guys like my voice too, because I've never been a big fan, but people seem to like it, so I'll keep singing. Lovely Storm, what's up? How are you doing? Kira, nice to see you. The thing I was talking about before, we were talking a little bit about classical music. And again, the term classical is like, for them, thinking back to classical Greek and Roman ideals, aesthetics, philosophies. Can I sing System of a Down? I can, actually. And so form, structure, symmetry, these types of things are super important. So if we do something like this, if we're just doing something in C major, there can be a big sense of like a sort of question and answer, if you want to put it that way. So you could be like, so even that is just like this thing. And what's the response? And maybe you can like repeat it or something to just add some more structure. And then actually I don't. Oh, hey, Claire. The app is called Keysight. Keysight. I should make a command for it. Claire, thank you for the 55-month resub. What's up? So maybe you can hear some of the. I couldn't explain everything, but it was all trying to be. Well, I don't know. Thinking about form, which is when I'm improvising, typically something I actually kind of don't do. It's very difficult. It's one of the most difficult things for me personally. It's much easier to just kind of like have it be free form, to just kind of, I don't know, like just do whatever. But imposing structure and limits on yourself is always difficult, but it can train you and refine your skills, but also make you come up with new things that you might not have done before. And that's one of the ways to do it, as opposed to doing something like this. Do I think music is mathematics? I don't. And I'm curious maybe what other people think, but here's the way, as much as I like to overanalyze things, I'll put it this way. I've sort of used this before. I try not to let poetry find its way into other areas of life. So what I mean by that is I believe the phrase music being mathematics is poetic. which means it holds truth, but perhaps not literally. And there's a lot of ways to address that. So one of the ways to think about it is that, well, mathematics is mathematics, and music is music. Okay, that's like one way to approach it. And that things can have, also mathematics to me is a model, or a series of models, maybe you could say. And that things aren't their models, if that makes sense. If we look at this again, anyway. I can call it a C major chord going to a G chord and G7 and back to 1. I can say that, but that's not deeply like what it is. And so if you can describe something in something, if you can describe something in some way, I don't think it means that that is actually what it is, if that makes sense. And even if that's actually like the underlying structure, for example, video games or something, like you can think about it as ones and zeros. I don't think video games are ones and zeros, if that makes sense. Frat, thank you for the 23-month resub. Damn, almost at 2 years. How's it going? And so I think we can fall into mental traps depending on the way we phrase questions. So I saw one with like some very smart people, but it seems like the answer was so much simpler than what they were getting at, which is mathematics created? Is it invented or discovered? And it's like, well, you just set up something that's impossible to answer because it's neither. It's like a series of models, and that's why I brought this up, is that models, things exist. We create the models. The models are invented, but the things we're modeling like exist. Because again, the idea of having one thing and adding it to another thing, that's not like inherently mathematics. We just use math to describe that. If I do this, if I put this here and then I put that there, that's not mathematics. I just put 2 nail files onto a keyboard. Or maybe 3. Or maybe 4. Or maybe 5. All right. But we're using math to describe the thing I did. The numbers to describe it, but that wasn't itself mathematics. It was me just putting an object on a keyboard. It's in the same way music isn't music theory. Like the theory is just a description of it. It's another way in which we get in trouble when we try to think about theory as being rules and having it be right and wrong and having things based on theory. It's like that's not what it is. And although these discussions and stuff can come across as being focused on semantics, I think people tend to say we're just arguing semantics, and they say it in a dismissive way, but that's often, I think, actually something that's very important and sometimes absolutely crucial whenever discussing something, that the agreed upon definitions of things are clear, or else you're never able to meet. Major seconds, consonant or dissonant? We've talked about that quite a bit. They are definitely dissonant. They just are, regardless of culture. They just are. And that is not to say that they're good or bad, or nice or not nice, but they're most certainly dissonant. Like they just, I don't know, they just are. There are some things that are a little trickier, like perfect fourths. For a while, they were considered somewhat dissonant, but for the most part, our perfect intervals are considered consonant. These get a little trickier because they're definitely consonant in the way we use it, but there's something a little off. But this, and its inverse, which is this, I mean, they're definitely dissonant. But that's it's not totally important. Like, and what is not discovered is dissonant. I'm actually not sure I'm actually not sure I can agree or disagree with that. I'm actually not sure really what that means, if I'm being totally honest. Because the same mathematics can describe things that are... Mathematics describes this ratio of frequencies just like it describes this one. So there's no difference. Like, this is mathematics describes both of these exactly this, like, the same. Whether the result of what you're describing is dissonant or consonant is, I don't know, it has nothing to do with math. I don't know. And this is where semantics would be important, because I think we're using words. Well, actually, I'm quite certain we're using words. We're not sharing the definition of the words we're using. But yeah. I am love. Okay, it seems you. I think you even said it too. I think you like to use poetic ways of describing things, which are fine. It just has to. I think it's helpful to be clear whether that's what's being done or not, if that makes sense. So, poetic language deals less with like the precision of the reality of what you're describing, and more with the feeling it brings up. So to say someone is love, it's like, well, obviously that's not literally true. It's like on multiple levels. Like we could talk about why that is, but without getting more specific with the language, maybe you could say like the person embodies the person's actions and words, stuff like that, embodies what one defines as love. And so you then equate the two as being the same. That's kind of how I'm maybe interpreting that. It's also a little insight into how I just think about things. Yep, mini little tangent. All right, what song was that? Jingle Bell Rock? I don't know. I just played something random and then it ended up just sounding like Jingle Bell Rock, so I just went with it. All right. Christmas music. It just happened. It just happened. I may do something like Hannah's been doing, but just a single stream where it's like a Christmas stream where I just do all improvisations of essentially all Christmas songs, and we try to do as many as we can. The jazzy instrumentals, yeah, I mean, it's super comfy. They're usually super comfy, but there are some cool ones, and more so maybe parts of Christmas songs that are really nice. I mean, technically, our ending song is actually a Christmas song. It's a Christmas song. It's a lullaby. It's a folk song. Like, it's all that. It's about Jesus. I mean, that's essentially the title. The title in Catalan translates to the son of the mother, which is like, okay, what son doesn't have a mother? But what they mean, it's just they're talking about Jesus. Mathematicians are the same. I think that, so that's another statement where I'd say it's pronounced Jesus. It's, yeah, so Serge maybe would say trippin'. Trippin'. What I would also welcome in, I don't know if I'm saying that right, Serge the Great. Sergey, maybe. Mick Dougal, welcome in. Thank you for the prime sub. Thank you for the support for this philosophical discussion stream. I think musicians and mathematicians share qualities at times. They can. But it doesn't mean I don't think they are the same. Like, I just wouldn't consider myself a mathematician. I think it'd we've talked about this before on stream in another way. It's why I don't call myself a piano player, because I think that is misleading to people. So when I use labels and stuff, I try to have it be for a particular function and to convey a certain amount of information, because I'd prefer to not use any labels ever, but that's just not a realistic way to go through life. So what you have to do is you use labels, and they're useful because when you use it, you're able to convey a whole bunch of things in just a really short thing. But when you do that, quite spurious, like an accountant someone, yeah. Piano owner, hey, what's up, Tunes? Yeah, I like describing things more by the actions you take. So it's like I play the piano. Sometimes I play the piano on stream. That's a more accurate description, and it's no better, or it doesn't make me any better or worse of like a person or something like that. But it's just more accurate, because you go like, oh, so I'm a piano player. I am a pianist. But I don't know how to formally play any songs or like read any music on piano. It's like, well, what the hell? Yeah, I've also like never really spent time like practicing and stuff like that. It's like, okay, maybe that's not the best. I think those are pretty reasonable things for a person to assume when they hear someone use that as a label. So I go, okay, I'm just not going to use it as a label because I feel like it'd be misleading. So I try not to mislead with the labels and connections I make, if that makes sense. It just also doesn't seem necessary. I'm not really sure why. We don't need to do it. I was also describing to someone yesterday in a lesson about you can approach things like a scientist when it comes to music, but it doesn't. I think it'd then be misleading to be like, I am a scientist. Again, you could maybe use it in a poetic sense, but the thing is like trying to explore in a systematic way sorts of options and patterns you have potentially in front of you. Well, I do sort of apply the scientific method. We did that the other day, and I mentioned that as a thing. I said I have a theory even, that if what we need to have a secondary dominant chord, okay, all right, let's try this. Let's try this. Okay. We're in C major. There's one way of having a chord that leads us back to C. That's this. G7. Okay. There's another one, which is a minor 4 chord. So that's F minor. Specifically, I mean F minor 6. Yo, Tigger Dev, thank you for that tier 2 sub. That tier 2 sub is love. Ooh. So this was, oh damn! And thank you for the 10 gift subs. Oh shit. Kira got one, who was in here just a moment ago. Maybe they're still lurking. Melissa's here all the time. Derwin, also Yarutaro, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Tinker, thank you for the tier 2 sub and the 10 gift subs. So here's the thing. We typically have this idea of a secondary dominant chord. I won't get into the specifics of it, but if we do this. Actually, most people know the sound of a secondary dominant chord. If for no other reason, then it's the oh geez, wait a second. You know what's funny? When I said Kira got a gift sub, I actually thought of Crab Keeks Kira, but I was talking about Kira Yasumi. That's so KBC. What is up? Thank you for gifting a sub to Kira. Oh wait, wait. What am I Kira, what are you? Wait, what the heck? What the heck? Oh, hello. You know, to this very day, this happens with some people and some things where anytime I think about Phoebe Bridgers, I read watch it. Phoebe Bridgers, I'd still just think like I just think of you. Curious, let me know if I'm being a freakazoid. Okay. What I was gonna say is that what the hell? What are you doing here? I just love your music so much. Okay. Is it what? Okay, we do this. We've heard secondary dominance in all sorts of ways, but speaking of Christmas, on 5 golden rings, that's a secondary dominant chord. And so I thought, so we'd use this, a 5 chord as the secondary dominant chord. But it was like, wait, if the 5 chord goes to your 1 chord just as much as a minor 4 chord, what that means, the theory that you could kind of test out, it's not going to be, it'll be difficult to quantify because so much of this is, what does it mean in terms of the feeling like it can go to something? It's going to be difficult to actually, measure. But we could go, all right, instead of doing this, This was the 5 chord of G. What if we use the minor 4 chord of G instead? Which would be this. Or it could be done like this. So it doesn't feel the best to me. Although maybe there's but what if we did it like this? What if we went? Oops. And so we can do that. We can use this idea to potentially find new sounds. And without going too much into the details, again, I'll try to do one more step here and go. Right, because it should be. And we can find different ways of moving around using patterns we've discovered, and then take those patterns and apply it to new things. So it's like, are you a scientist if you do this? I don't think it's a helpful way to describe it, to just be like, that's what you are, but I think it's helpful it can be useful to use it in a purposefully poetic way, going like, pretend you're a scientist or something like that. Do it like a scientist would. And go experiment as much as possible, because that's also the answer to TinkerDev's question. How did I get so good? I'll show real quickly something I've shown on stream, and I've been adding more and more to it, and I want to make it even more and more structured, but it's going to take a lot of time because there is so much to do. But ways in which I've tried to be a scientist. One second. I gotta click some stuff here so that it actually works. These are ways to kind of approach improvisation. Some of them make you act like a scientist. Same thing with this. Here are some patterns. This doesn't make you act like a scientist, but this is the result of some of it. And this is in an attempt to be as sort of thorough as possible. This stuff is totally random, but it's still follows the same principle. This is actually just what I talked about, plagal secondary dominant. So I said C minor 6 to G. So there's all these different things that are just exploring as much as possible, and actually exploring and giving yourself structure as you do it. And what that leads to is essentially an infinite number of things, which is really overwhelming, which is why I'm not sure how detailed this thing will be able to get. But if you... Yeah, this attempt at exploring principles in this way is one of the ways, a crucial part of, if you think I'm so good or something, that would be, whether it's true or not, that would be the answer to your question. Right, so does this sound make sense? I was a music major, yeah. Right, that sounds right? wonder if... Right, so that came from the essentially an experiment and a hypothesis of if these really do have the same function, this chord going to this one, and this one going to this one, then I should be able to use them interchangeably, at least in terms of function. The feel and sound will always be different because that's just how music works. Good night, Koala. Take care. Thanks for being here and hanging out for a bit. But the function should at least be there. Another one we talked about the other day is if we do this. I mentioned a dominant chord. These two notes, if these two notes are present, and the colors are nice here because each color is specific to a particular note. If yellow and red exist, whatever other notes I put around them, I should essentially be able to land on these two notes, green and blue, and it should sound at least okay. What does that look like? Well, how about this? Okay. What about this? Whoops, I didn't have this one go down. Let's try that again. Okay, what about this? What about this? Or what about this? Let's not even have a G in there. What if we just do this? Okay, what if we do this? That did have a G. That's actually this chord with just these two notes swapped. And so all I'm doing is making sure that just these two are there before we go to a chord that has these two. It doesn't have to be in this specific place, but just see it in an E somewhere. So I mean, we can keep go. Especially if we have it like this. If this is our core thing, these three notes like this. I can play just, you can essentially kind of just play whatever you want. So this is why I said semantics and poetic stuff and stuff like that, I think is actually more than, it should not be dismissed by saying, well, you're just arguing semantics. Because here's, I think, a semantic clarification that needs to be made, is that music theory is not a set of rules. It's just a set of models or frameworks. And that the models you have aren't the things themselves. That this works perfectly to describe this as a G7 chord, but it doesn't have to be described that way. And actually, as these things get more complicated, again, we had this. This. What is this? There's a couple different ways you could describe it. If your way of describing it works, then great. That's like kind of all that matters. Now, it's better if it lines up with the way other people describe it too, because then you can most efficiently convey that message and concept to another person. So all that matters, so then we go back to your question, are you allowed to just resolve going the other way of the circle of fifths? You can do whatever you want. What's more important than whether you can do it or not is what is the effect of doing whatever it is you decide to do. So what you just asked is resolving going the other way around the circle of fifths. So instead of going from G to C, we go from F to C. And so you can do that, and there is a name that people use, and that's called a plagal cadence. And it should give a different feeling. We can alter it a little bit and go. Instead of having it be F major, it's F minor. We can add this note on. This is what we did before. The Darth Plagal cadence. And so describing something as closing versus opening up, this is like opening up, and this is like a warm hug. If that's what Jacob wants to use to describe it, then if that works for him, then it works. I certainly, to me, I certainly share the sentiment that this definitely feels. There's something definitely warmer about this than this, despite how you play it. So it's not about which one you can or can't do, it's just what do those things sound like? It gets back to what we were talking about in terms of dissonant versus consonant. So it's like, it's useful to think of this as dissonant. It's how essentially anyone's gonna feel when they hear it. Like, it's just what you're gonna feel. And so to treat this interval as different than this one is very useful. If your goal, because defining goals is also important when making any sort of value judgment, because how are you supposed to value something if you don't have an idea of what you're even trying to do? If your goal is to, in the best sense of the word, manipulate people through sound to make them feel or think a particular thing, then you want to play into all the natural things that humans are going to think and feel. Meaning, if I want someone to feel relaxed, it's not going to do me any good to go, well, you're just saying that this is dissonant, but it's not, so I'm going to do this and go, I'm going to make you all relax right now. Oh, you didn't feel relaxed? Well, I want it to be relaxing. It's like, yeah, good job. have fun. So you can do that, but you're not giving yourself a good chance at succeeding at your goal. In a context, it sounds fine. Yeah, in a context, even this sounds fine. You're right, context is super important. Like, it's super important because we can do a tritone. That's nasty. That's bad. Like, no, it's not bad. It's not bad. I can prove it. I'm not cheating. You can see these two notes, green and dark, well, green and it's brown. I need to change it to red. So you can go, or you can do it like this. Speaking of other Jacob stuff. Is that nasty? Waltzy Tunes, what's up? Thank you for the raid. So I don't know. Is it nasty? Not in that context. If you just do this, that's not comforting. The context is way different. So that's really on some of the improvs and videos I've done, that I think that really actually helps to give a there are different words to describe it. It is somewhat open to use these things, especially if you do it like this, like. If we add reverb to give it more space, do this. We can use things that are considered dissonant. So 2 notes next to each other, and also this tritone. Okay, these are nasty. These are bad. It's just not a good way of thinking about it. It's not good. Again, if what your goal is to how would you say, like be able to make a person feel a certain thing. What series of notes is this? One way to describe it is just C Lydian. Hello, Brox. Nice to see you. What's up? Oh, Floofy Cakes. How's it going? Can I teach you piano? I can, Tinkerdiv. Eons, how are you doing? And Kira, thank you for gifting that sub to KBC. Miyanosa, hello. What's up? And Yarutaro, thank you for the claps. So that was sending an email. Okay. So you know how many of this interval was in there? In over different chords? A lot. An insane amount. This was like... But again, the context... They gifted another... Oh, Tinker, thank you for the 10 more gift subs. Oh, one went to a friend of mine who we studied guitar together. And also, Waltzy Tunes rated. Waltzy, I can't remember if that was before or not. Sorry, there's like a whole bunch of things going on. But, and Mianos, I'm glad you're enjoying the music. Also, Snopple, thanks for the claps. Mr. Leeson, what's up? We're just talking about, oh, hey. And Mianosa, thank you for the 3-month resub. I appreciate the support, everybody, including the 100 bits from Snopple. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. And Lydian, flat 7, flat 2. Okay. Speaking of Lydian, this is essentially that person's name, by the way. Lydian, flat 7, flat 2. We're gonna add the 5th. This would be the scale that would kind of create. It almost sounds like a diminished scale or, you know, octatonic scale, but it's not quite. If we use this here, this would come from this chord, by the way. Remember I said if you have a certain set of notes, this will be our frame. And we can add other stuff to it. Well, that's kind of what this person's name has done. And so this still should be able to go to F. It does. We can make it go to F Lydian. We don't even have the E in here, but it'll still work. Like jazz. So again, it's like very flamenkish, interesting. Yeah. That's probably you're getting that flat 2 sound, which is characteristic of it. So if we just had like which would come from it would come from this scale. This one note is just changed on this chord. Which sounds, I mean, it's this sound. And again, is a minor second good? Is it bad? I'd say neither. It just gives you a certain, it tends to give a person a certain feeling. And it very strongly tends to give, I like describing things with the way it makes people's bodies move and look. That's like one of my go-tos. I really feel like it's definitely contextual, which is, I wish you were almost here a little earlier in the stream, because that's how we even got onto this in the first place. Hey Kaya, what's up? Thank you again for the sub. The last stream. Is that this? Ah, very nice. But this makes my cheeks want to go up, and the middle of my eyebrows, and also my head turn back. Maybe my shoulders go up like this, and just like, so, and this is there's some sort of like suffer. There's a little bit of like sort of pain to this. There's something piercing about it. Lydian Flat 7 Flat 2, thanks for the follow. Because it also has this interval too, which often does the same thing. So you get that sound. It has a very different, there's something similar to it, kind of. You love the diminished flavor. Yeah, we're talking about models. I said earlier, I said as things get sort of more complicated, things become more ambiguous in the way you can describe them. So Lydian just said, I love this diminished flavor. What they mean is that actually one way to think about this chord this is what the chord. So we can think about it based off of A. We go, oh, okay, this isn't diminished, but that's a flat too, just like in their name. But what else do you see here? This is a diminished chord, a C sharp diminished chord. God, I have it somewhere here. Oh. Okay. Diminished chord with a note a whole step above any of the notes will create a dominant 7th flat 9 chord. And so this was one of the things I had sort of looked at some point, and using this same principle, we could use it to explore even more things. What happens if you lower it? Lowering a note in diminished chord, and what does that do? So what that looks like is this. We take this chord and add this note. we get a particular chord. If we add this note, it's now C7, flat 9. That was taking this one and going. The one we started with is taking this note and going down. We could take this note and go down. That's E flat 7 with a flat 9. And then we could also do this one. And that's F sharp 7 flat 9. And so this was one of those patterns to explore. Where I'm like, okay, that's interesting. If I can take this note and add the one a half step down, what if I do it with the rest of them? That's what you get. The other one is, what if you just straight up change one of the notes to bring it a half step down? Well, you just get a dominant 7th chord. And then you can take this and you can use it to move to different places. So my goal is to explore as many things as possible, to have as many different ways to think about as many different things as possible, and then to also structure it in a way so that someone can go from essentially knowing nothing to knowing everything. That's an altered flat 2. Yeah, so that's how, and it depends on the context too. That's why, again, as it gets more ambiguous, this is in jazz you'd call it an altered chord, right? Because the 9th and or the 5th is raised or lowered. Just like this is an altered chord, everyone knows this one, except they know it when it sounds like this. Sorry. Hendrix chord is just a dominant 7 sharp 9. You can alter all sorts of things. Although I should take this out of there. So it's like this. What's up, Roger? This is one of the benefits I've found to moving a lot of my focus away from just playing classical guitar music and exploring as many different things as possible, because then it comes back to inform your playing, what you originally were doing. Also, this is the, and then it goes like, but yeah, it's a dominant 9th chord, but the 9th is sharp. We could even do it like this. And now the 5th is sharp too. This ends up sounding different to me. It sounds like a half diminished chord, but yep. All right, take care, Tanya. Thank you for hanging out. I am learning this piece for my audition for grad school. It's a sonata. It's a collection of 3 movements. I've already learned the second one just way before on stream. So I'll play, and when I first heard this years ago, I had no idea how to make sense of a lot of this stuff. Here's an example. But now, based on what we've just been talking about, it's somewhat ambiguous in this context, but it feels like an A7 chord with a flat 13. And so we're getting these chords, and it's like, oh, I can make sense of it. I can make sense of this now. Because he does it a few times. And these flat 13s have, they give me the same feeling, that same shoulder feeling as when you have a flat 2. Gives me a very similar feeling to this. That's both of them. It's almost like too much. Resolve nice in the third of the one chord, so if you just don't, like if you don't change it. It's hard to do these things in a different tuning. All right, but yeah, this is the piece. We'll hear some of that, and that's always, whether I knew what to call it or not, it's always the feeling I got when I heard this chord, and I love the color and the sound and the feeling of it. It's the second movement of Manuel Ponce's third guitar sonata. I agree, Brooks. And Lydian, I see what you mean. You mean for D major. So if we go like. Jazz, exactly. Boom, jazz. Add some, use it as a tritone substitution. Boom, jazz. Which actually uses the same principle we talked about before. I think before you got into the stream, just a little bit. Second place in the Twitch recap? Yo, let's go, Jerry. Who was first? No, I'm kidding. Who was Joe plays violin. All right. I'll allow it. I like Joe. I'll allow it. Whoa. Whoa. Wait a second. What the hell? Wait a second. I'm hoping to get this first movement up to a place where I can start at least hacking through it on stream. I mean, it already starts out with some interesting. Where does this go? These chords are weird. But, you know, the Prelude 6 in A, I don't think so. I'm sure I've heard it before, but I definitely don't know how to play it. I love Ponce. I don't think I have the music for it either. I was just reading through some of his stuff. It's sitting over there, actually. Captcopter, it was nice to see you again. I'm glad you continue to enjoy the stream. Oh, you're from Ireland. Okay, cool. Yeah, take care, and hopefully we will see you around again soon. Maybe on Friday. That's the next time I stream. But... this one's cool because well, he loves motives, and patterns, which is probably one of the reasons I am drawn to him. Where he's using new, well, at least for the time, relatively like new harmonic language, but it's still tonal and it's still based on patterns. So even when we do this, whoops, So dum bum 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 dum 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 dum. It's just this. Boom dum dum da dum dum dum. It's still that, and even when it gets morphed, what is this called? This is the first movement of this third sonata. So I've been playing for probably a year now, right? The second movement. That's what this has been the second movement the whole time. Yeah. And then there's a third one. I haven't looked at this one at all. Yeah, so we'll, but I need to focus on the first movement first, not just because it's first, because it's what one of the pieces I'll be playing for the audition. So, he does things like this, which is cool. These are the notes. It's just a string of eighth note triplets and eighth notes. But that's actually still the motive. Boom, 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 boom. But it's dum bum bum dum bum 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 bum. All right, so I have to work on it, but it's so much of it. It's just all. Based on that. Oh, but Ponce, this is also Ponce. Its own thing, just existing on its own. Take care, Lydia, and thanks for stopping by and following and adding to the discussion. I haven't played this in a little bit. I totally blanked out on some of the stuff. Thanks, Kazi. I don't know why I just didn't do. That's what it was supposed to be. There's one part of this that it shares something similar with this first movement. For just a split second, it just smacks me in the face of Ponce, and it's this. He goes. It's just very quick, but. This chord sucks, and I'm still trying to figure out how to get to it. We can move more. We can move back a bit, or maybe some more reading potentially. Oh, this is acting weird now. Maybe I just need a different foot pedal. I just wanted one that didn't click, which this one doesn't do, but I don't know. well to Nova Scotia. All right. Those are just some really simple, short pieces from some classical guitarists. Jesus. Reflection on life and everything. Yeah, coffee induced bad poops. Yeah, you know what I mean. I can only take so much of these little pieces like that, though. Now, although we spent the majority of the stream on this last stream, doesn't mean we can't do it today. Especially because what if John Dolan is watching right now? I don't know. What if they are? I actually do know, but you guys don't. But what if they're watching? Switch the keyboard. It wasn't a dog, Kazi. It was a human yelling. Hey, Jay, what's up? Thanks for the claps. Yeah, it's interesting because I tend to, when I think of stuff for harpsichord, it definitely feels like it's starting with Baroque stuff. I'm trying to think of Renaissance stuff I know that has a harpsichord in it. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, actually. But just because I'm unaware of something, especially just kind of off the top of my head, it doesn't mean it didn't exist, but... Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. There's some people around me are very inconsiderate. Oh, it's just a hype dog? Okay. All right, gotcha. Because that is a lot of the time, especially when I can guess when it's going to happen, that is the time, but... I mean, I actually do really like dogs. It's just when a dog just, not even just barks, but just like yelps. I mean, it sounds like the dog is getting just stabbed. It just sounds like the dog is getting murdered when it barks. It doesn't bark. It's just like, it does partially bark, but it also like squeals and yelps and like whines all at once, and it just sounds like the dog is getting like murdered. Now, I do know for sure that the organ had existed even in the medieval era, so that was around long before the harpsichord. Jay, thank you for gifting us up to 789. Thank you for the support. Again, that support will help me get the hell out of here. God, there's so many. It's just, what kind of dog that we have? A Labradoodle. I mean, it's just like, it like cries, yelps, scream, bark, whines. It's like all the words to describe it. It's just like, holy hell. Jay, thank you for giving a sub to Anella Mills and also Ash Mantle. But again, John Doe from yesterday, if you're watching, thank you again for helping. Dude, Jay, what the heck? What are you just going in alphabetical order down the down the viewer list or something? Thank you for giving us up to a Wet Ninja and also Bosch SMC. Jesus, it does the same. Yeah, it's really tough when it's just like I can't even help it. It just makes my heart just starts to race. It's so jarring. It's so jarring. Hey, Bob got Jay thing. Okay, I want to play some music. Jay, I don't know if you've ever expressed something in particular that you like, but I feel like I should know by now, and if not, I should know soon. So whenever you do this, I can play something for you. Yeah, I feel it's just an alert response to, like, I can imagine a few different reasons for why it, but it's just like, oh God, it sounds like it's in pain. It sounds like something's terrible's happening. It's just nothing terrible is ever happening, by the way. Jay, thank you for giving us up to Choco Mint. All right, we're gonna do this Fantasia. So this is not John Dowland, but. And thank you for giving us up to Quorum TV. Holy shit. Dude, what the hell? What the hell? What the heck? Corum, welcome in. Bienvenue. Ça va? Oh, Wet Ninja, thank you for gifting a sub. Paying it forward, yeah. As a thanks for the box discussion and digital harpsichord playing last week. Awesome. You are very welcome. And thank you. Jay, thank you for now gifting a sub to Corum. Cosmic Gecko. A name with Chinese characters that I can't decipher because I don't know Chinese. Fighting Sheep, Fire Love, FK Damis, FK Fucktami, I think maybe, Flaylin, Gathram, Green Meep, and Hodor. Okay, I thought it was potentially French with Ami at the end. And thanks for gifting us up to Kezra. Oh my god, dude. Thank you, Jay. Chronostall, what's up? Again, it seems like Jay would like just whatever he's not picky about stuff. So maybe I'll play something. Greetings from Belgium. Welcome in. We had a new viewer from Belgium today. And then TV's also from Belgium. Who else is from Belgium? Nensha hasn't been here in a while. Oh, she's from Belgium. Can I learn you to play piano? I can. Again, if you just send me a message here on Discord, Twitter, Instagram, anywhere like that, I'll respond. Trash Space, what's up? A new viewer from Korea? Nice. Welcome in. I don't speak any Korean, but maybe one day. Pay you? Okay. That's definitely a plus. Not really picky? Okay. I feel like you've actually mentioned that before, that you're not picky about it. So we'll just continue. We'll do something based on the name Chrono. Hey, thank you for giving another sub, this time to Chronostall. Trash Space. Thanks for that follow. And Fair, hola. How are you doing? Yep, this Pavon is still the newest of the Pavons, so I should do it more. Mentioned this a bunch of times, but I'm going to keep doing it because I just love these, as simple as they are, just these simple weaving of different lines. Video games, unfortunately. That was one of my answers too. Don't worry about it, Panic. Don't worry. Don't worry. Not everything you do in life has to be productive. We need to fight back. Obviously, you don't want it to be the other way where you're not doing anything productive. And if it gets in the way, that's not good. But I feel like video games get a worse... there's a stigma around them to a degree to which they just don't deserve. But am I taking part in raid trains in the near future? I believe so. It's like, yo, I'm sorry, I can't play games? Like, shut up. Shut the hell up. Oh, I'm sorry. Like, what year are we in? Like, what year is this? You still think video games are for kids? It's like, shut up. I'm not even the oldest person that grew up with video games, but like, video games have existed since the day I've been born. And I'm 35. Like, this is not just a thing for kids. I could understand if it was like the 80s and you're like, oh, these damn kids and their arcade games and stuff. Thinking about arcades and then like home consoles become a new thing, but it's like, dude, they're just old people who've played video games their whole life. It's like, get the hell out of here. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Especially because the person who's criticizing is probably like waste a bunch of time on their phone or watches trash TV or something like that. It's like, shut up. I don't want to. Spare me your judgment. Yeah, I agree, pork chop. It's like, and it's not even just for one. God, not everything in life has to be productive. Like Jesus, chill out. Not to mention that you could actually reframe it without being too poetic about the language, like we talked about earlier. Where relaxing is productive, relaxing to a certain degree is productive because um, you're. I mean, it's different for each person, but in general, if you're just working all the time, it's like you start to lose focus and ability to get return on your energy put into whatever it is you're doing. So you need to be able to wind down and relax. But then also, it's like, dude, at least with a video game, at least you're doing something. At least you're doing something. Like, so if you're gonna knock, like, I'm imagining it'll be less and less of a thing as the people again who've grown up with video games become the older generation. So. All right, more Doland. I mean Dowland. Was the first prehistoric guy who drew a deer on a wall productive? No, it created a new form of art. It's true. Let's Kazi's thing here. If I add do things in reenactment, wait, if I add that you do things in reenactment and then you realize that you used the wrong material or something, then you have to do it all over again and you're never finished. Keeps you from thinking about stuff. Isn't that why people do things in the first place, to distract themselves? I mean, for sure, definitely. Some people definitely use all sorts of stuff as distractions, and as a way to avoid their problems and things they need to do. In which case, yeah, the use of whatever it is, be games, watching TV, hanging out with people, sleeping, doing some sort of use of drugs and alcohol, whatever it is, it's like Yeah, that's not good. For sure. What is sleeping? Oh, I can tell you all about it. It's when your brain shuts off and nothing happens. Then you wake up and nothing really changed, but you're now some hours older. All right, take care, Pork Chop. Pork Chop will wake up and time will have just passed. Also, I am well aware that sleep and dreaming has a function. Don't worry. Don't worry. Sleep is for the weak. I'll have plenty of time to sleep when I'm dead. Am I right? Hustle, grind, work, productive. Those hours you're sleeping, the person you're competing with is working. Am I motivating you guys? All that time you spent eating food, you could have just been working and getting on that grind. Food, sleep, water, it's all a waste. It's all a waste. What are you eating for, idiot? You could have spent that time investing in crypto. You could be a billionaire like me. Instead, you wasted your time eating food and sleeping, idiot. You're weak. I'm strong. What's up, Fartrex? What's up? What am I doing? Okay, all right. All right, Jay, take care. Thank you for all the gift subs today. That's wild. Thank you for the continued support. Hey, Sapphire, how's it going? I won't fall for that. You're not my real mom. You can't tell me what to do. Grind, hustle, crypto, NFT, Sigma. All right. What's up, Bob? I would play Polyphia stuff, but it's too easy and therefore beneath me, because I'm just too good for it. I prefer to play actual difficult music. The real question is, you'd be overthinking. I feel you on that one. I feel you. Sleeping, I feel you on that one. It's yep. Also, I should spend more time. I should do this at least once a stream. I should, because I wanted to do this for the audition too. So I should do the Saraband, and Alamand, and get them much more comfortable than they are right now. They're also just really nice pieces of music. So, 2 movements from a Bach Lute Suite coming right up. Night Chrono. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. Time for the intro. You enjoy the convo and chill. Thanks. Is it Anel? Maybe? Or maybe Anella? Anella Mills? Nelly? Okay. Nelly. Got it. I'll try to remember. Johanna Soberg. Is that how? Right? 'Cause I don't think it's Stoberg. More pronunciation stuff, but thank you for the follow, Johanna. Actually didn't mess this part up either time. Now I messed. Should we try some of the other movements, which I probably won't play, but maybe we can go back to the beginning here, to the prelude, which I imagine something, doesn't have to be for the organ, but it's a very particular type of prelude that he does that's oftentimes like a mixture of these runs and chords, as opposed to this prelude, which is super like arpeggio based, or all an arpeggio up until the very last measure, second to last measure technically. Or this is a prelude. This is, I'd have to look into this more, but it feels very much like something he does when the suite or sonata partita, you know, whatever the collection is in a French style. This is one of the things, but when I'll have a new setup, me too, kind of. Even though I probably wouldn't be doing this for the audition, I should just do this because I really like this piece. I should just learn it again, because that was pretty bad. didn't say it. Claire did. Is it Bach? It is. And it sounds fugue-esque. Yeah, there is definitely a fugue-like element to it because you get something. You have imitation, and specifically imitation at the fifth, meaning it goes. So it starts with F sharp and jumps up to B. When it gets the response to it starts on B and jumps up to E. So when they answer each other, they get answered in this this way that goes back and forth between the tonic and dominant. Like that, and then also, Kazian Fair, most watched stream. Kind of not surprised. It's cool to see that confirmed. Just like I actually have for the most watched stream, it's tied between two people this year. But so technically, Rich is still number one. He's been the most watched stream for me, I think, every year. That's even with him taking some breaks too. Also my longest sub. Like me subbing to his channel. But yeah, Brox, this is... So, again, although it's not exactly a fugue, because there's more to a fugue than imitation at the fifth, it could... you would definitely describe it as fugal. And there are lots of pieces after Bach, too, and before, that you could kind of describe that way. Actually, speaking of John Dowland, a lot of the fancies he does, the fantasias, they start out like that too. So this one does it goes starting on B, technically C sharp, but it's shifted. So starting on C sharp, it gets answered at the fifth, just like this one, actually, just like this one. So, speaking of, I gotta find the thing. And like the prelude we just played, this one, the sort of answer to the thing comes in before the other one finishes. Like, it's very short. It's very short. We only hear 3 notes. It's one measure before the answer comes in. What if we actually just play it? Because why not? Oh! That's really close. That is five. That is the 5 numbers. Almost, man. If only it was 42,069, man. Is that another guitar? It is. It's tuned slightly differently and has a capo on it, so I don't have to constantly do major retuning. So this is pre-Bach. This is Renaissance, but these types of things were already starting to take advantage. Isn't the right word? That isn't a new guitar. No, this guitar is very old. I probably bought it 15 years ago or something. The Trout, yeah, this thing is, you can tell, it has a, well, I can tell, it has a very, like, boxy sound. It's just like, but, oh, I was going to say, yeah, this is already starting to be influenced by the idea of a tonic and dominant relationship here. There's imitation. The rest of it is just essentially free form. And that's one way to approach a fantasia, or fancy, or fantasy, depending on the language. In case I was attached to it, you're gonna be like, wow, that sounds terrible. Dude, this is my new guitar. Oh, did I say terrible? I meant, it's amazing. Did you pick out that cool orange color yourself? Is this really what they thought wood looks like? Doesn't matter. Guys, what color is wood? Orange? Okay, sure. Shh, oops. Let me start this again. I'm thinking about wood colors. Okay. Dude, Kevin, thank you for the for the 26-month resub. Seems like it was just 25.99. I guess so. It actually feels like it was just 26, but now it's 26.03. 2579864. What's up? Thanks for the continued sub support. Oh, Vol, this was one of John Dowland's fancies. That's another one I need to kind of get some of the parts back under my fingers. Also, there are some parts that are more reasonable than others. Why am I messing up things? Okay. There's another one that's like, I feel like shouldn't be weird. Oh, this. I don't have to keep this out. What's up, River? How's it going? And this long string. This is a perfect example of something that could just be the worst musical thing ever, but there's actually a lot you can do with it. Because you could just go... But it's this part. Because I wanted to have this boom, 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 boom. We can do another Dowland instrumental piece of a much different nature. Back to what is something based on a dance. This Frog Galliard. Something epic? Oh, I think so too. I try to make it as epic as possible too. I tend to feel like pieces that heavily use counterpoint, like this, they often feel very epic to me. Epic in a way that's not epic like large strings, boom, 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 boom. Like it's not epic like that, but it's just, although it kind of can be, which is I think one of the reasons why an organ can do music like this so much justice, but there's more to it than that. But man, this stuff, Yeah, and almost like the more complicated it gets, it's just like if you can continue your focus as the listener, and continuing your focus actually doesn't mean following everything that's going on. You're essentially bound to lose focus in that sense at one point. But if you don't let yourself get distracted by things outside the music, you'll eventually find yourself surrounded by a completely chaotic, crazy, but still structured series of sounds and voices. And there's something that like tends to be epic about that. Whereas this one is not going to be so epic. I feel like it's going to be a little lighter. Although when these runs happen and they're really fast and things are just kind of going crazy like that, there's maybe some epicness to it. But yeah, this one's going to be very different. Scare Me Now, thank you for the 7-month resub. Thanks for the chill vibes as always. Well, you are very welcome, as always. Thanks, Scare Me Now. We listened to this a few times, and I won't listen to the whole thing or something. Or maybe we shouldn't listen to it all because it's almost 10, and I really shouldn't stream for too much longer. But this, I mean, some of the, it could be, well, man. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. Also, thank you for the claps, everybody. So there's a couple things that, the beginning of the musical offering, it's not a fugue, but again, it's close. It's a precursor to a fugue, but it's by Bach and it's a Ricercar. And man, if you can, it's just the first movement, but if you can continue to follow this thing, it is so epic. It's so epic. And if you can listen to the entirety of something like the musical offering, or the Goldberg variations, or the art of fugue, and that's all I mean by focus, meaning just like you sit and you listen to it. But this. every time I hear this come back in the piece, it's like it just increases the epicness level. Epicness up to level 3. Epicness level 4. Oh my god. It's actually in there right now. Epicness level 6. Epicness level 7. Although it's not the full subject. That's who that emote is, by the way, for those who don't know. camera pan. That's a viola da gamba, by the way. And they're using gut strings and everything. This is like, it's where that tone comes from. It's like buzzy. Steve Buscemi on transverse flute. They're all actually playing the same part, by the way. They're just offset. There's only one line of music. Everyone's copying each other note for note. It's just a loop. It's just a loop where one is the loop it just starts at different points. Except I get it. Again, this has the same thing going on. The one violin copies the other. This one is... Alright, we haven't done it in a while. If you know the answer, don't say it, but... For those who've never heard this before, can you pick out anything you think is particularly interesting about what's being played? I know it's a vague question, but... It has to do with, you could say, the structure of what's actually written. No, that's relatively normal on a harpsichord like this. You can do that with a tuba. The left hand is playing the melody. It's a good guess. I like it. Also, baritone. What's up? It's like baritone. There's something very specific that it's the relationship of what one hand is playing compared to the other is maybe a way you could look at it. So what I'll do is, someone made an awesome visualization of it. There's definitely something going in retrograde. For those who don't know, we talked about this last stream actually. Retrograde is when something gets played backwards. I love this visualization. That whole thing you saw was, again, just one line of music. But it's more than that. Because this is how he wrote it. So this is essentially the manuscript. This was everything that you just heard, that last movement, is all right here. This is the whole thing. So how did it create that thing that went on for so long? You'll see this here. So over here, Bach he puts in a clef in the key signature and time signature upside down. Because you heard that in full like that, but you also heard it backwards. But you didn't just hear that, you heard them both at the same time. That's where they switch. Then they completely switch, so it sounds similar, but the two hands are now actually playing something different. Now the left hand's playing backwards and the right hand is playing forward. And they switch again here. Well, not switch, but that's the halfway point. repeats it just because he repeats it. But so what if we do something that uses a potentially sort of similar motive, maybe? I want that chromatic stuff in there because that's always epic. I improvise out of the door? I did. Like I said in the beginning of the stream, I definitely oh my god, I struggled to bring this back. My again. I'll just keep doing it. Okay. What I really also this is I feel like if I'm gonna do it, I might as well use the actual thing, but it's like which it should be now mimicked. It was just in C minor. That would be easier. It doesn't have the chromatic stuff. Now it should be copied in G minor. This was one of the things I wanted to look at more, which is to specifically look at what Bach tends to do against something that's chromatic, that descends, and that ascends. Because there are little moves you can kind of copy. So if we went like... There's something you can do that's would is not Baroque at all, but if you were to go. You can follow this, but. Sounds like Hotel California. Yeah, that was this thing. This was a thing. I found out recently it actually has a very specific name. Like, it was a move that was done. The English translation is a lament bass. It's when it goes. And there are different ways you can harmonize it. So you could do it like this. You can keep it going.
All right, I need to stop. Because if I don't stop, then I won't stop. I also need to eat and stuff. So I'm gonna play the ending song, and then we'll find someone to raid. You know what? Maybe I can do the ending song on this totally real harpsichord. I need to stop or else I won't stop. Yo, Humbeer, what's up? Got that powdered. I'm doing those powdered wig jams. Christmas, but all right, I'm going to find someone to raid. Hey, Chocoman, thanks for the claps. So you got I don't know if you Jay gifted you a sub earlier in the stream. You are very welcome, Brox. I appreciate it. You have been quite supportive, especially recently. Let me find, let me go to my following list. Dude, you know how crazy it'd be if I could, like, if I was actually, like, a piano player, and I'd actually, like, studied and practiced piano, and I actually had, like, crazy technical facilities. Oh, man. If I could incorporate things like longer scalar runs and arpeggio and crazy, oh, man, it'd actually be insane. Scrolling for a moment. Do you hear a metronome? No, it's a beat in the background. It's not. Oh, that is not at pitch. We could maybe raid this person. Wait, when was the last time we raided Rich? Oh no, I feel like we raided him kind of recently, didn't we? Actually, like super recently, right? Hey Vader, what's up? Actually, you know who we haven't raided in forever? The Compliments. Just woke up, nice. Good morning. I actually should be going to sleep soon. 4:40 a.m. Yeah, and it's 10:40 p.m. here. Okay, so we're gonna raid the Compliments. It looks like they're doing fundraising for East-West players. I don't know what that is, but sure. We can, I guess, find out. Okay, thank you everyone again for being here. Rudolph, there's a few reasons I can't do that right now, but if you follow, I'll be doing music. Test, oh, is it not working? Is the thing working? Yeah, copy these raid calls. Thank you, Fair. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'll be back Wednesday, though. No, today's Wednesday. I'll be back Friday. Jesus. Jay, thank you for the 1,000,000 subs today. I'm pretty sure he had to leave, but thank you all for the support. Chatting, lurking, modding, subbing, gift subbing, cheering, clapping, heart spamming, rating, saying hi and bye. All that. Listen to me ramble. Only get 250k. God damn it. Is that even worth it then? Is it even worth it? All right. Yeah, hopefully I'll see you all on Friday. Let's say hey to the compliments. And yeah, I'll see you later.